Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to today's City Council meeting. I am your Deputy Mayor, Councillor Chris Thiessen, filling in for Mayor Jackie Clayton, who just popped in online and is traveling back to Grande Prairie here today. I'd like to call this meeting to order, and I'd ask that we all rise for the singing of the National Anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With flowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free, from far and wide. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
All right, thank you everyone for that, and thank you to Neil Towns and our own Grande Prairie VestGP committee for putting together the film and the song for O Canada here that we all rose to today. Moving right along through our agenda, I will start with a land acknowledgement, and the city respectfully acknowledges that the Beaver, Cree, Dene, and Métis people as the original caretakers of these lands and surrounding areas. We are grateful to live, learn, work, and play in Treaty 8 territory within Turtle Island and acknowledge these lands have been home to diverse and sovereign First Nations since time immemorial. Thank you. Now, moving right along, we have the proclamation to read here this week. Getting all the fun as Deputy Mayor here today. This is great. And this is for Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. Whereas emergencies that require police, fire, or emergency medical services can occur at any time, and whereas when an emergency occurs, the prompt response of police, fire, and emergency medical services is critical to the protection of life and preservation of property, and whereas the safety of our emergency first responders is dependent upon the accuracy of information obtained from residents who contact GP 911, and whereas public safety telecommunicators are the first of the first responders and are the compassionate voice that people hear in their greatest time of need, and whereas public safety telecommunicators are the single vital link for our emergency first responders and play an integral part in keeping them safe, and whereas GP 911 public safety telecommunications have contributed substantially to community safety by ensuring that people in need receive the right help in a timely and professional manner, and whereas each GP 911 telecommunicator has exhibited compassion, understanding, and professionalism during the performance of their job in the past year. Now therefore I, Chris Thiessen, Deputy Mayor of the City of Grande Prairie, do hereby proclaim April 13th to 19th, 2025 as Public Safety Telecommunicators Week in the City of Grande Prairie. Sorry, just taking a little time to sign that here for everybody and make it official. I'll hand this off to our city clerk there. And now, moving on through our agenda, I'll look for the adoption of the previous council meeting minutes. And I see Councillor O'Connor in the queue.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Mayor Chris Thiessen. I'd like to move council to adopt the minutes of the City Council meeting held March 24th as presented.
That motion is in order. Any discussion or debate? Oh.
Mayor Clayton.
I think that was Mayor Clayton expressing her in-favorness.
Just waiting for you to call the vote. Sorry, my apologies. I vote in favor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm just waiting on Councillor Bessy. And that motion carries unanimously. Moving right along to the adoption of our agenda. Just a note, as you can all tell, we are wearing our Storm jerseys here, proudly supporting our local team in their quest to become champions in 25. And with that being said, we are going to have a bit of a change to that because many members of council would like to go and support the Storm later on after our evening session. So I'll look for an amendment to move our round table up into this afternoon session if I could. And I have Councillor Berg in the queue.
Thank you, Chair Thiessen. I'd like council to adopt the agenda as amended to move council member reports before recess.
Thank you very much for that. Any discussion or debate on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call to question. Mayor Clayton?
Mayor Clayton in favor.
And that motion carries unanimously. Awesome. So now we're moving on to the delegation portion of our evening, or I guess afternoon. We have two delegations who have signed up to speak to council here today. Just a reminder to any member of the community, if you are seeking to speak to council on any matter, we have two delegation portions at every council meeting, one at 3, where you may or may not say to council that you're going to come. You could just show up at the 3 o'clock, but at the 6 o'clock, we definitely ask for people to show up, as sometimes delegations are the only portion of our agenda that we cover in the evening sessions when we have them. With that being said, we'll start with our first delegation, being the Grande Prairie Stompede Association. We'll take a minute or so as these gentlemen, fine gentlemen, step forward. And as you sit down, welcome. I think many of us know who you are, but for those watching at home, if you could please introduce yourself. And a reminder, we try to keep our delegations to 5 minutes.
Absolutely. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My name is Trevor Dennis. I'm the president of the Grande Prairie Stompede Association, and with me is my vice president.
Dave Anderson, vice president, Grande Prairie Stompede, and community director.
Well, welcome. Pleasure to have you gentlemen here. So what brings you in today?
Well, we just wanted to make you guys aware, if you weren't already, that Stompede is coming hot and heavy. We start off on the 24th of May. With our parade going through downtown, as well as our bust out on the Tuesday, the 27th, and then starting the show on the 28th with 5 nights of wagons, and then on the 29th with 4 days of rodeo, professional rodeo. So with that, this year we have a couple of new exciting things that we're working on. We have a new gate management system that we're putting in place, which is long overdue, and we're looking forward to executing that, as well as a Lord Strathcona mounted riding troop, which will be coming, which is, I wouldn't say similar to the RCMP musical ride, but it's close. So they're going to be helping us with our afternoon and evening opening ceremonies. As well, we just had a very successful tarp auction on the weekend. We're quite proud of. We set some records there, and we're looking forward to letting the wagons roll. And it shows that the city of Grande Prairie is and always will be the wagon capital of the world. Actually, if you believe that or not, but it does happen, and we're awful proud of our volunteers that help us put on the show, our board of directors who are all volunteer as well. And with great people like my co-part David, we look to execute a wonderful show for the rest of you folks and the people of the Peace region.
Well, thank you very much for coming in today here, gentlemen. I noticed there's also a request for sponsorship too in the queue for that. Yeah.
We can always use the help. I know our financials show that we do have some money in the bank, which we need to put the show on for the year following. It costs us upwards of, I'd probably say, $1.5 to $1.7 million to put the show on every year. So that, unfortunately, is not in our bank account. So there are some shortcomings if we were to ever have a rain out or an act of God or whatever, we have to put on the show and have contracts that we do have to, go through and pay for. So with that, we're also looking to do a few other things as well. I mean, a community engagement program is something that we're really looking forward to putting through, and with that, we could definitely use the city's help with that in order to get that kind of fired off and on the go. But the sponsorship, the dollars are always, well, we need them. I mean, we're not going to lie to you. With that, we're also doing an economic impact study as well. I think the last one we did was pre-COVID, so we're using information to give to everybody that's 4 or 5 years old now. So with that, that's not free either, but we feel it's necessary in order to give you folks and other forms of government the information that they need and how important the show is and what it brings to our community and our region.
Here. I definitely share those sentiments as well. This is a legacy organization, and the good work that the Stompede has done in the community. I know I look forward to the festivities every year, even though I look like I belong probably more in a disco hall than out on watching the carts go around and in the wagons. So good news that we're the wagon capital of Canada, and looks like I got Grant Berg back in the queue to ask you a question too.
Yeah, thank you, Jason. Gentlemen, used to be on the Stompede board many years ago, and one of the highlights for me was always the bands that you brought in. Do you have any bands that you can announce yet, or when do you expect them to be announced?
Yeah, absolutely. We announced them on Saturday at the gala.
Okay.
We have High Valley on Friday, and Gord Bamford, who's doing his 30-year tour this year, will be on our Saturday night with Craig Moritz opening for on both nights.
Sounds like a really good lineup. Thanks, guys.
Awesome. Well, look around the council table. I don't see any other questions. I know that we have the sponsorship request to deal with later on in business here, but I'd like to thank you, gentlemen, for taking the time to come in, Trevor, Dave, and for continuing to do what you do, which is, great rodeo and great chuck wagon races and a great Stompede event for people of all ages to come down and enjoy. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can I get in for a second?
Oh, yeah.
So I was at the TARP auction, and Councillor O'Connor was there. I asked a few of the people that were sitting around the table that were sponsors as well as wagon riders, and they were extremely pleased with the amount of money that they got for their TARP. And they were really impressed with the way the event went, and the couple of people come from all the way from Saskatchewan and everywhere in between. So, good job.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor O'Toole, and thank you again, gentlemen. We'll be seeing you again soon, I'm sure. All right, moving right along to our next delegation of the day. I believe we have Sarah Card from the Bear Creek Folk Festival coming on down to set up. I think you know the drill here. And I know I just introduced you, so I'm going to take that off your plate here, and I'll just welcome you to council here today to talk about the Bear Creek Folk Festival.
Well, thanks so much. I'm here today to speak to our funding request and provide a quick update and then answer any questions that you guys might have. Since my last presentation, one major update is that though we initially had hoped to expand our site this year, upon further review, we would have needed to annex the playground right beside our gate to make a functional, safe, and accessible pathway between the two sections of the site. And it turns out that is not available to us at this time. So unfortunately, we won't be able to go ahead with that expansion this year. We're still exploring ways to hopefully eventually expand in another way, while importantly, keeping our site as one connected footprint, but that will have to wait for a future year. This does not leave us a giant amount of wiggle room to increase our ticket sales cap without overcrowding. People drive from Edmonton and Calgary and even further to attend our festival, many specifically because ours is a less crowded event than their local events. So we cap out at about 7,000 people on site per day. Some of those are tickets that we give away, which we break down to roughly 1,200 kids under 12, which we credit the city for sponsoring those tickets, as well as seniors over 80. 850 volunteers, roughly 1,000 tickets given to sponsors, but also special guests and a handful of industry members and media. 100 tickets given to the neighborhood abutting our site, and about 150 to 3 really important charities. We give tickets to Odyssey House, Serenity Place, and Sunrise House. This one is deeply important to me on a personal level, as we are committed to supporting families going through hard times. This number has been trimmed down significantly from our original target before we started hitting capacity, but I really don't want to go any lower than that because we really do want to keep supporting these organizations. So our funding request to the city this year is $80,000, which is the same as we received last year. I have been made aware that the current sponsorship cap is sitting at $50,000, but I'm wondering if there's any way that we can, as we did last year, receive the difference through a different mechanism, as we really genuinely need these funds. As has happened to many others, our operating costs have gone up considerably, so well over 40% since 2019. It is largely felt in costs for artists because their costs for flights and living expenses, et cetera, have gone up substantially. And it's not just our headliners. We're seeing it across the board at all level of performer. But similarly, we're seeing increases outside of our control. Costs have raised substantially in our operating costs like food, transportation, rentals, paid security, insurance, pretty much everything. On the flip side, caps for grants that we apply for have not increased since we started the festival in 2016. It's getting hard, and it is getting harder every year to get them. Travel Alberta, for example, reduced our funding this year by $20,000 from what we received last year, and have confirmed that this will be the last year they will be able to support us, as we have now aged out of their funding. We still have a strong sponsor base, but even it is being chipped away at a bit, with several sponsors needing to reduce their funding or pause due to international financial concerns and their own cost increases that they are experiencing. So we're continuing to reduce costs as much as possible, but to keep delivering the quality and feel of event that has drawn in so much pride in tourism, we still need to present fantastic artists in a professional setting. It is not only us who are running into this challenge. There is actually right now a really scary trend with long-running festivals canceling, and I'm seeing it all over the place. Western Canadian ones include, but are not limited to, Edmonton Blues Fest, announced cancellation this October after 25 years. Vancouver Island Folk Fest, which was a bigger festival than us, canceled this fall after 30 years running. Vancouver Folk Fest a couple of years ago canceled and then came back due to a major boost of municipal funding, but it remains fairly shaky. And then just a couple of weeks ago, Regina Folk Fest also canceled after 53 years. So it's really sad, but it is something that is happening all over the place with people in a similar situation to the one we're in. Many of my colleagues around Canada have said that they are at risk of facing similar fate within the next couple of years. And sadly, this is not a reduction in the demand for music festivals that is causing this. So it would be hard to understate how important it is for us to receive our request from the city this year. This event has proven important to our community, and our festival is doing really well in many ways. We've had a fantastic response to our lineup, and we're poised for another early sellout this year. Last year, we saw people coming into Grande Prairie for our festival from 188 different towns and cities, and early indicators show that we are continuing to grow our audience. But those other previously mentioned events also were really important to their communities, and were selling well in some cases. But a key factor in their cancellation was support funding just not keeping up with the increases in costs and other expenses. We are so grateful for all of the support that we've received from the city over the years, and we certainly would not be here today and presenting the event that we are without you. And for the infrastructure project that is showing your long-term commitment to the festival and to other organizations, and generally, creating a better Grande Prairie. And we have been proud of what we have been able to bring to Grande Prairie in terms of tourism dollars, civic pride, community building, and the overall contribution to the quality of life during the summer, and playing a role in why Grande Prairie is a great place to be. What we're requesting in total represents less than 6% of this year's budget, but it is vital to our festival. So I hope very much that you see the value in our request. So thank you so much for your time today, and I welcome any questions.
Yeah, and similarly, thank you so much for all the hard work that you do in the community and bringing such a world-class festival to the city of Grande Prairie and the citizens to enjoy that in the summertime. And thanks for putting all your time in today as well to speak on the behalf of the good things that you know the festival will bring. With that being said, I have a queue that's starting to light up here, so I'll just get right to it. And our first councillor in the queue is Councillor Wade Platt.
Thanks, you, Deputy Mayor Thiessen. Thanks for coming in again, Sarah. And it's very sad to hear the trend of festivals happening around the country. That's disheartening. I am curious, though, with prices going up, can you just give me a sense of what the price increase was from your tickets from last year to this year?
So I'll preface this by saying we are working really hard to keep prices affordable and not raise them too much, because obviously we want to keep the event affordable to families. What we did this year was, and this was not necessarily something that we had pre-planned, but as we switched ticket providers, the whole ticketing system kind of ended up shifting. And we elected this year to not absorb the ticket fees anymore. So we didn't necessarily reduce the prices, but we are now letting the ticket fees fall on the customer rather than on us. So that is allowing us a little bit more money per ticket, where we're not losing those, the banking fees and the percentages taken by the ticketing fees by the provider. So there's maybe about a $10 per ticket for the weekend pass increase, but we're trying to keep it still affordable.
No, I appreciate that. I mean, we deliberate budget for days trying to keep spending down, and it's very hard in these times not to raise prices. So so in essence, you probably passed on about a 5% expense on
something like that
in that world. And then my other question is, I appreciate that you do a lot of the events or the ticket handouts to the folks in need in the community. Is there a bundle or a package that people could sponsor that? I'm just trying to, is that another sponsorship potential opportunity for some corporation that would say, hey, I think it'd be great to have my name attached to giving 20 tickets to Odyssey House members?
So on one hand, we definitely encourage, we have some sponsors that purchase tickets for the express purpose of donating to their charities and their own choice of charities, and we definitely support that and are enthusiastic to see them doing that. The number of tickets that we give to Odyssey House, it's not a large number. It's something just kind of morally we've never wanted to monetize. There's so much to be said for what. And this is not why we do it, but there's also a lot to be said for what goodwill gets you. So we, as a byproduct of wanting to do these things for the community, that's part of the reason why we have some of the sponsors that we have. It's brought in, it probably has also helped us a lot with some of our major federal grants. So although that's not why we do it at all, I would say that there's a lot of unseen income that is coming just from that gentle donation that we give.
And just more of a comment, from being at your festival many, many years, I hear lots of folks that truly love it, that say they get an incredible value. So I appreciate you trying to keep costing down, but you may eventually have to just look at moving your prices up. I don't know if that impact your users that would show up as much as you might think. I mean, it's always scary to move prices up, but we're in that kind of world right now where we can't stop pricing movements forever.
Well, like I said, we did this year a bit in transitioning to out of the fees, and we got a little bit of feedback about that too. But it was, we think we're still providing a great event for a really reasonable price. Like I think we've hit what I would call a very fair price. We want to stay equitable. We already charge, I think, more than Edmonton Folk Fest does for, when you factor in the fact that they have another day for us than we do. So, while keeping it fair, we've edged it up as we could.
Okay. I appreciate you make lots of tough decisions to get this thing going. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Councillor Platt. Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Chair Thiessen. My mic is working today. I'm quite amazed. Sarah, My husband and I have attended every folk festival, all 3 days for every single folk festival. And we don't do anything there except enjoy the music. We don't volunteer. We're pretty, we certainly visit with a lot of people, but I've never felt, even last year, I've never felt that the site was crowded, and I've always felt that there was room for more bodies on the hill. How did you decide that was it 7,800-ish?
It's closer to 7,000. So we've been edging up each year. In 2023, we raised our attendance came up by 27%, and then the next year it came up by another 15%. Last year 2022, 23, 24. So last year was another 5%. So we've been sort of edging our way up, trying to find that magic number. This year, there are going to be some more bodies on site due to the fact that we have had to increase our volunteer numbers by 150, because we have areas, just as we grow, there are needs that are arising in order to keep our patrons safe and keep things running really well. So we are actually still increasing the number of bodies on site this year, despite not being able to sell a whole lot more tickets. And with those 150 volunteers come a few more kids, so it'll be more than that. We've been edging up with the intent of kind of not going overboard too quickly. Last year, we received a cascade of feedback from people saying, okay, we get that you guys have to get bigger, but this was good. Please don't get bigger. And this is the second year that we've heard it at all, but last year we really heard it from a lot of people. So I know opinions might vary, and it's the other issue that we ran into last year that is a factor, and I think I mentioned at the last meeting, is accessibility. So even if you're finding that you have the ability to move around, as kind of a mobile person, our pathways, what happened last year was that our pathways shrunk significantly, and I think the lion's share, or a lot of the feedback we received, were from less mobile people who found that it was very difficult because pathways got narrowed. There wasn't really a good artery for somebody in a wheelchair with a walker. And we also noticed the green space in front of our kids area got swallowed up. Like, there's just all sorts of little things that sort of add up. So if we got much bigger, we start to really detract from the things that make the site special. We'll start to see lineups. All of that's surmountable, but what we're really trying to do this year is, like I said, find ways to create a bit of space, also to keep the site more accessible friendly, and make sure that we have safe arteries for people to get around. So that's one of the factors as well. It also is a fact that we never have 100% of the people who buy tickets on site at any given time. Last year, for example, we had incredible amount of smoke before the festival, to a point where on the Thursday, our meteorologist had forecast unsafe levels for the Saturday and Sunday. And I got a lot of emails from people coming from out of town who were asking about refunds because they weren't planning on coming. So what you saw last year might also not be what you would see if we had sort of perfect weather forecasts leading up to the festival. I would say at any given time, we're missing about 30% of the people, between 30 and 40% of the people who have a ticket who could have come. So what would happen, given perfect circumstances and more people, and I've seen this happen at other festivals. I saw one real crisis weekend with the Edmonton Folk Fest where they discovered what happens when everyone who has a ticket shows up at one time. So there are a lot of other little factors like that as well. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I still, I really think you still have some top end room there. But my second question, if I could ask Deputy Mayor Thiessen.
Yes, Councillor Blackmore.
As you know from our budget process, we have made the decision to bring electricity to the hill. as part of a city project. And we're really absolutely hoping that that takes place before your festival this year. So can you give me an idea of what savings that will provide for you in dollar amounts? I know you won't have to maybe rent a gen set or some things like that.
I'll preface this by saying, and maybe something's happened since this last meeting, but our production team had a meeting with some city representatives. I wasn't at this meeting, so I'm speaking of this secondhand, and this was maybe a couple of weeks ago, and they indicated that, and someone else is probably better to speak to this than me, but that number one, it will not be completed by this year's festival, according to a couple of weeks ago. They also said that as the cost of that, the budget looks to be higher than initially planned. They're actually going to have to come back for...
I think the CAO can probably respond to that more accurately.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Thiessen. I don't think more accurately, but additional context being that we've done preliminary, as a status update was we've done preliminary engineering. Costs have come in higher than anticipated when we brought this forward to budget last fall. We're currently in the process of an RFP for installation. Once that closes, we'll have confirmed costs, and we'll come back to council and update on what would be required to complete the project. We'll also bring some options on what would be some alternatives if we are unable to have the power installed, whether there would be other opportunities for the city to help support that, because I appreciate that would be a gap in the Folk Festival's budget. As of right now, it is, I'm told, still possible for installation, but it is a tight timeline. We'll also, at that committee meeting, we'll bring an updated timeline and the options of how we could support if it isn't with power through some other areas. So I'd ask that council consider that when they're considering the funding requests, as there is some uncertainty on our end, but we're going to look how we can support the Folk Fest in getting it through this year.
Thank you for that, Mr. Burke.
It's good.
That's good?
Yeah.
Actually, I got a couple more in the queue. The O team's in the queue over here. Just a question that I'm going to bounce off of Councillor Blackmore's. She said, what would your savings be in regards to the power potential in your budget, just sort of top of your head? Do you know what that might be?
Well, what I can tell you that our total cost of fuel and generators that we pay right now is about somewhere between $30,000 and $40,000. We still will have to run likely the food vendor generators at the top of the hill, I'm imagining. So there's a little bit of that that'll still happen. And I don't know the cost of the electricity, but it'll be a significant savings for sure. I won't know the answer to that question until I know what the cost is once we try it.
All right, and then I'll just ask sort of a follow-up. So our CAO just mentioned that there's the potential that they're going to bring options forward to council and committee in regards to the power, the costs, and what we may be able to do. What's your drop-dead date? Like if the city said, hey, let's say council's decision was, yeah, well, it's not going to be ready, but we'll help you with that generator for the stages and stuff. Like, what's your drop dead date as a professional promoter when you have to have those things reserved for?
And that would definitely be a better question for our production manager. But what I guess I would say is I would want to start discussions of what could happen as soon as possible, just so that he would be aware and have kind of a plan A, plan B in mind, so that we're not kind of throwing anything drastically different into the mix last minute, because given kind of early information, then we can plan for an either or situation. Whereas, knowing things last minute can be trickier, but we're pretty good at going with the flow and making changes as needed. Definitely, once we start kind of bringing in equipment, in the week before the festival, it's obviously too late to make changes then, and likely sooner than that. But again, just
as soon as possible.
Good information soon would help with that.
Okay, no, thank you. That's kind of what I was looking for, and I think probably the expectation of our administration too. I'll move right on to Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much. You mentioned some of the folk festivals are not going to continue anymore after a number of years.
Yep.
Did you do any research to find out what the cause of that was?
Well, these being a lot of the ones I mentioned are actual colleagues of mine who, I was actively discussing with at the time, and the cause almost universally is the serious increase in costs since before COVID. Festivals have seen costs increase anywhere between 40 and 60%. And as I mentioned, grant caps have not increased. Since we started in 2016, the caps, the maximum amounts that you can apply for in federal and provincial grants have not changed. So the funding, the inflation does not, funding does not reflect the inflation, but the inflation is a thing. So it just becomes a breaking point at a certain point where unless you find other ways to generate revenue, and not all festivals have that. We've been really lucky. I mean, Grande Prairie is an incredible community. I mean, we have a lot of sponsors and supporters, and we're in a much stronger position than a lot of festivals, apart from the fact that we're still recovering from debt from our first few years. But in general, it's tough to meet that steep of a cost increase that quickly unless you have an incredible amount of community support.
Right. I know Grande Prairie lost the Street Performers film and the Real Shorts Film Festival, and that's because of volunteer burnout as well as long-term supporters financially have decided not to support them. So I was just wondering, thank you for that information.
Yeah, neither of those were factors in, and those were, I was very sad to see both of those happen. I mean, definitely, we're a big supporter of all events in Grande Prairie. But specifically with folk festivals, it's genuinely just the costs have gone up so much. We can't do close to what we used to do in 2016 for a fraction of the money. It's incredible how much costs have gone up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor O'Toole. I have Councillor O'Connor.
The last O. Thank you, Sarah. A wonderful festival in the last couple of years. Really enjoyed it. I still think there is some room to put people on the hill. I'm surprised that people say, "Oh, don't increase it." That bothers me. It affects your bottom line. So in future, I'm more concerned about having all the food trucks at the top and being less mobility challenged, let's say. I found it quite a hike to try and get up that hill to get some food. So as you expand, I'm wondering, have you put plans in place to put some food trucks on the lower level?
Well, I mean, so that was one of our biggest goals with the site expansion on the other side of the park. We did run into an unexpected hiccup, though, with that being that we will actually, according to certain bylaws, not be able to place food trucks in kind of the only area where we could feasibly put them, which would be along that path. But I guess we can't block that path because it's needed for emergency vehicles. The place that was suggested to us to put them was kind of right behind or in front of our stage, and we can't do that. So even if we expand to that side of, if we take over that part of the park, we will have a lot of difficulty adding a whole lot of food trucks to the bottom of the hill. What we are trying to do to address this, because that certainly was something that I was very concerned about last year and remain concerned about, is at a minimum, we're trying to add more and more hot foods to our snack shack, which is at the bottom of the hill, and trying to find ways to include a few more foods that are not just a snack or it's hot food and not just popcorn. And it's something that we continue to look at. We're still kind of having meetings and brainstorming because it's definitely something that we want. It's just a matter of finding a way to physically pull it off.
Yeah, what I'm thinking about is a delivery service. This is an opportunity for someone to have their food delivered to them by having a number, and then you have a runner come and they have to pay a little extra to get their food. Just a thought.
I'm trying to imagine when it's dark and there's 7,000 people on the hill, the poor delivery guy trying to find the guy which tarp. I love the idea in theory, but in practice, I don't know how we would pull that off. But it is a good. The spirit behind it is definitely something that we support and that we really do. We care and we want to find a way to make that to make it easier for our low mobility patrons. We at least we do what we can. Our golf cart team unofficially constantly is kind of helping people up the hill. We put ramps up there so that people can easily get in and out of the parking lot with a wheelchair. We do the things that we can do, and it's been a priority for us to try to find ways of getting a vendors to the bottom of the hill. So it's something that we'll keep working on. I just it's not clear to me yet how and when we'll pull it off.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for at least thinking of us. Thank you.
Thanks for your great ideas there, Councillor O'Connor. Look at that. That's why we saved the best for last. And saying last, that's the end of my cue there, Ms. Card. So I'd like to thank you again for taking the time for coming in and talking to us about the festivals. As you know, we will be discussing this fairly shortly, the sponsorship request, so you can stick around if you like, or you can watch us later online, and all the discussion and debate will be there, unless, of course, we go into camera. But thank you again for coming in today. And
all right, thank you so much.
All right. With that being said, we'll move right into reports, and our first report is for the Special Olympics Alberta Summer Games update. And I believe we have Committee Chair Lisa Kirchhoff, the Games Manager. And wow, she's brought a big delegation of really important people here. And medals, yeah, I can hear them clink, welcome, ladies. I'll let you get situated, and then please do introduce yourselves to us all and the people watching at home, and tell us here what you have to say. Welcome.
Hi, Chris. It's Kaylee.
Hi, Kaylee. Nice to see you again.
Hey, Chris. I'm Savannah.
Nice to meet you again, Savannah.
I'm Steven.
I know you, Steven. Yeah. Nice to meet you again.
My name is Lisa Kirchhoff, and I'm the Games Manager for the Special Olympics Alberta Summer Games. We're going to start off with each of our athletes here giving you a fact about the games. So we'll start with Kaylee.
Awesome.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kaylee Kramer. I'm ambassadors in the Summer Games. I do bocce for Summer Games. And we have 1,000 athletes here at Grande Prairie.
Oh, that's awesome.
I'm Savannah. I'm also ambassador for the Summer Games too. There is a local athletes and coaches, 60 local athletes and coaches participating this summer.
There was about 10 sports doing this summer. Also, I'm Stephen Mandera of the Athlete Ambassador for Summer Games. I'm playing with golf with Doug Eady, if you know Doug Eady.
Yeah.
Doug So the sports are athletics, basketball, bowling, bocce, golf, powerlifting, rhythmic gymnastics, soccer, softball, and swimming.
Awesome.
Perfect. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, awesome job, guys.
So the Special Olympics Alberta Summer Games are taking place from July 11th to 13th, bringing together 1,000 athletes from 20 different affiliates across Alberta, including a small contingent from the Northwest Territories. Athletes qualified for this provincial event during the summer of 2024, choosing their respective sports based on qualifications and achievements prior to competition. Athletes and coaches will begin arriving in Grande Prairie on July 11th, where they will stay at local hotels throughout the city for the duration of the weekend. And the games will officially kick off in the evening at Bonnet's Energy Centre with the opening ceremonies. The event is designed to be inclusive, and as such, spectators will have free access to all events throughout the weekend, including the opening ceremony. The host organizing committee is excited to announce that Goodwill has sponsored the Athlete Ambassador Program, which is why I'm joined by these 3 athletes here today. So through this initiative, the city has hired 3 athletes to assist with marketing efforts for the games. The goal of the program is to connect the ambassadors with local sponsors and industry leaders while providing hands-on business experience to each of them. This will not only highlight the talents and abilities of our athletes, but also introduce the community to Special Olympics and the valuable programming that's offered in Grande Prairie. To date, we have had the opportunity to tour city facilities, speak at 2 Rotary clubs, participate in a TV interview with Eastlink Community TV, experience hands-on learning at the Pomeroy Hotel, visit Grantberg Gallery, and then connect with the police, the Grande Prairie Police, and then the RCMP and the Fire Department. Administration is recommitting to the Rotary Inclusion Partnership, which supports adults with intellectual disabilities and employees providing a meaningful opportunities. The host organizing committee has organized 2 successful fundraising initiatives, the first being Touch a Truck that took place in September 2024. This attracted over 500 community members who had the opportunity to interact with large vehicles in the city. The event raised over $7,000 for the games. And our second initiative was Polar Plunge, which was held outside the Eastlink Center on February 28th. In collaboration with Special Olympics Law Enforcement Torch Run, this event raised an impressive $21,000 and was largely supported by agencies and first responders in Grande Prairie. The funds raised will be equally distributed between Special Olympics Alberta, the local Special Olympics division, and the Games operating budget. On April 1st, the host organizing committee hosted a 100 Days Until the Games event. The evening brought together local supporters, volunteers, and community members to celebrate the countdown and build anticipation for the upcoming games. With the continued support of our sponsors, partners, and volunteers, the host organizing committee is confident that these games will not only showcase the athleticism and determination of the participants, but also highlight the strength of the city's community spirit. And with that, we will take any questions.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Ms. Karkoff. I do have a couple people in the queue. First up, Grantberg.
Thank you, Chair Thiessen. As you just learned, I had the opportunity to host our fine ambassadors, and they really made my day and made my week. It was just a wonderful time, and I also learned while they were in that they're also amazing artists, not just athletes. So great job there. But one of the things that I would love you guys to share is this your first games? And if you've been to previous games, let us know what medals you won. As we heard, there was a lot of clanking coming up when Stephen was walking up. So tell us a little bit about previous games and what you've won.
Thank you for the question, for the share. I won these medals in so my gold medal I won at the Special Olympics 2024. It's the Step Country. I won this in gold against a lot of Alberta athletes, and I'm curling, so I won in curling. And then after I won my gold medal, I went to train with Team Alberta, and won the silver medal against a lot of good athletes in Canada. Well, hopefully this next 2026, 2027, hopefully we'll beat Saskatchewan.
And add to your medal total, so congratulations.
Thank you.
And ladies?
I have trophies. I have 4 trophies. And for Athlete of the Year, I did swimming for like 10 years.
Very impressive.
I went to PI. I was in nationals and summer games. And I think that's about it. I went.
And you had a great adventure.
Oh, and I have some trophies. I was in athletics when my mom was the coach as well.
Thanks, Mom. And thank you, our ambassadors. They're terrific ambassadors. Very proud that they're representing our city very well in the games very well. So thank you.
And thank you, Councillor Berg. Next up, a question from Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thiessen. I see in the report that the city administration is recommitting to the Rotary Inclusion Partnership, which supports adults with intellectual disabilities and employers providing meaningful employment opportunities. This, of course, has been a subject raised at the city for a number of years and has, until this point, really been not acted on. It's been promised but not delivered. So my question is, what are we doing differently this year to deliver this rather than to simply play lip service to a service? I guess the CAO might want to answer that. I don't know.
It's Mike just set up, so I imagine he would love to answer that. Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thiessen. We wanted to highlight this in the report as we've just found such a benefit from the ambassador program, and it's just been so meaningful to our organization to have these wonderful employees participating in some really great work here at the city and promoting the city. We have had the Rotary Alberta Inclusion commitment for, I think we're up over probably 10, 12 years, and I'll admit we haven't been as successful as I think we could be. So in this year, we, as we always do when we're looking at positions, we do have an out-of-scope position that we've deemed that we can reprioritize to this as a more important, so that there'll be dedicated funding in this year without requiring additional funds to be allocated in the budget. So this, we haven't determined yet whether this will be a full-time position or a couple part-time positions, but it's something that we're going to work with Inclusion Alberta to roll out here in the coming month. The one change that we're going to make is a dedicated funding, and human resources will be the department that manages it for the organization, so that we can ensure that we have the right person in the right job, and that's how we're going to match this up, so we can ensure that we have success for the organization and for hopefully some future employees here at the city. So that's something that funding has been allocated, and we'll be working with Inclusion Alberta here in the coming weeks.
And thank you. It's good to hear that. My commitment is going to be, I'm going to be following up with questions over the next few months to see how we're actually doing. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that, Councillor Blackmore. We have Councillor O'Toole.
Yes, I had the privilege on, I think it was Tuesday, to work with these people at the Eastlink Center. How did that go for you? You were putting wristbands on and checking customers in, right?
Yes. Thank you, Kevin O'Toole. And I to meet new people as well, and some people I know. And scanning cards as well is new to try.
And then.
Thank you, O'Toole, for the chair. And just saying that it's good to meet new people, but also meeting new things and stuff. It was a good experience to see what Eastlink did and stuff. So it was good to with bush bands, help with hockey sticks and hockey stuff, and it was a fun experience. Thank you.
Great. It's good to see that you guys got some enjoyment out of it and used your talents that you already had. So perfect. Thank you.
And thank you, Councillor O'Toole. Looks like our queue is cleared, but I have a question for you. I've been getting a couple of these. I've seen you all over social media, each one of you, so thank you for all the good, hard work, community service that you're doing here on behalf of the games in the city of Grande Prairie. But I had like 3 people ask me over the last week, how do they get involved with the Special Olympics and the Games Committee, or how do they get involved as a volunteer? I guess for me, I would know, and I direct them to that, but how are we doing with our volunteer situation right now? Do we have plenty of people to help, or are you still looking for plenty more?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Through the chair, we will seek about 300 community members to serve as volunteers for the weekend of the games. We've soft launched the website that you can register on, so we're trying a new system in comparison to other games. So we have an online database that you can register in. We have maybe 20 volunteers located in that already for just positions throughout the weekend. And then we'll hard launch it at the end of this week, sending it out on our social media. We'll have posters up, and we've connected with all the sport groups that we could. So we're well on our way to getting all that we'll need.
Perfect. Well, I hope there's room for me when the games roll around, because I didn't buy all this swag not to wear and support our athletes. So thank you very much, all of you, for all the good work you've done and for coming in today. We really sure do appreciate you. And best of luck in the games coming forward.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, so I guess I'll be looking either for further questions to administration or a motion, and I have Councillor Berg in the queue for one or the other.
Oh, yes, just to do business. But again, thanks, everybody. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Kaylee, Savannah, and Stephen. Once again, you brighten my day. So every time I see you guys, you brighten my day. So thank you so much. And with that, I would like to move the council receive this report for information.
All right, thank you for that, Councillor Berg. That motion is in order. I'll look for any discussion or debate on it. Seeing none, I'll call to question. Councillor Pawat in favor? And that motion carries 8-0. Thank you so much again, everyone, for coming on in here today for that and for all the good work and the great games that are to come. Moving right along, we have the corporate sponsorship recommendations. I think we have 2 of them, and yeah, we have. I guess I'll turn it over to Chief Whiteway to introduce this. No. Oh, sorry, you're just at the, but I know who's sitting in front of us. We have Candace Bilodeau. Sorry, it's just coming through your service area, and I'm still a rookie here. But welcome, Candace, and this is a report on the sponsorship recommendations.
Excellent. Good afternoon, and thank you, Deputy Mayor Thiessen. So I'm here today, as mentioned, to present administration's recommendation for corporate sponsorship of the 2025 Grande Prairie Stompede. We're recommending the council direct administration to negotiate and enter into a sponsorship agreement with the Grande Prairie Stompede Association for the 2025 event, which is including a $10,000 cash contribution as the Thursday night family dance sponsor, along with gift-in-kind services valued at $15,000 to support a champion-level sponsorship. Now, I'd like to offer a brief point of clarification regarding the city's proposed champion-level sponsorship to remove the recognition as the evening performance title sponsor. So upon further review and clarification, it's been confirmed that this level of recognition is reserved for monetary contributions only. And as the city's support is being provided through gift-in-kind services, we would not then be eligible for the title sponsorship for that. However, that being said, the city will still receive prominent recognition aligned with the value of our contributions. So this recommendation that is being brought forward aligns with Corporate Sponsorship Policy 129, which prioritizes well-established events that enrich the community and reflects Council's strategic priorities. The Stompede, a long-standing and well-attended event, contributes significantly to local culture, economic activity, tourism, and community pride. In return, the city will receive prominent recognition across event marketing platforms, VIP access, and visibility throughout the Stompede as both a family dance and champion sponsor, reinforcing our role as a proud supporter of this long-standing regional event. And with that, I welcome any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you very much for the report, Ms. Bilodeau. I do have one person in the queue here, and I will queue her up. Councillor Blackmore.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bilodeau, for your report and your recommendations. I'm wondering if this is the entire gift in kind that we provide the Stompede, or if we do anything else. I'm thinking specifically, do we not sponsor a pancake breakfast?
Through the chair, at this time or to this date, I do not believe that we have been involved with a pancake breakfast. I would look to CAO Borg to perhaps provide insight.
Thanks, Ms. Bilodeau, and turn it over to CAO Borg.
So thank you, Chair Deputy Mayor Thiessen. That isn't something we've previously done in the past, but for this year, there'll be more details to follow. The city's actually going to host a pancake breakfast, so this is different than a sponsorship and gift in kind to the Stompede. This will be a city event at Bennett's. There'll be some more details forthcoming. Budget has been set aside to host this event through budget deliberations. So not a sponsorship to the Stompede, but an event we'll host that highlights the importance of this event to the community.
So it is essentially still more financial support by hosting a traditional by hosting a traditional event, like there's been a pancake breakfast at Stompede every year that I know of, we are providing support in addition to the motions in front of us today.
Mr. Burke?
Thank you. To add, this is a new pancake breakfast in addition to other previous events. So this isn't replacing any of the other pancake breakfasts. We've coordinated to find a date that there was an opening. So those other breakfasts, I know Keddy's have one, and there's some other ones that go on. This will be a brand new event that the City of Grande Prairie will be hosting at a city facility.
Okay, but it's still in support of Stompede.
Mr. Burke?
Cost is what she said.
Yes, there's a cost to host this event, but nothing goes to the Stompede. This is something we're hosting within the city.
I guess what I'm trying to say is that we're not limiting our support to the motions in front of us. That council is very supportive of Stompede in a variety of community ways, and that's something that we deserve recognition for.
Yeah, well said. Great questions, Councillor Blackmore. Any other questions or?
No, I'll have to think about some more.
Oh, geez, you got good points. That's why I asked. Councillor O'Connor, you're next in the queue.
Yes, if you're ready to do business, I could do that if there's no other questions.
Well, there's nothing more than I'd love to do business, but we do have other members in the queue. Maybe once we get through them, and then I'll let you do business.
Thank you.
Welcome. No, I said I would let him do business. Councillor Platt.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Thiessen. I'm just curious on the transit support. Is it just from Bonnet? Can I just get an update? Is it just from Bonnets, or are we doing it from multiple locations this year? And have we kept the hours the same, or are we extending them? I'm just curious how well the transits have worked the last few years.
Yeah, Ms. Bilodeau.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll defer that question to Chief Officer Glavin.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Thiessen. I'll have to get back to you with the exact contribution we have on the transit.
Okay.
Yep. No, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, just an email would be great. I'm just curious how that's been going. I was a fan of us doing that. I'm just wondering if we've expanded locations or not. I'm not seeing it on here, but I'm just wondering if we're going to have, I know it's not our place, but is GPPS going to be involved at all? Are they going to have a presence at all at the Stompede, or is that?
That might be a question handled by Chief Lemieux.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'm not positive about that because it is not in the City of Grande Prairie, so certainly will be involved in the City of Grande Prairie for the events that are being held in the City of Grande Prairie, but that one being at Evergreen Park. I doubt that GPPS will be involved.
Okay, no, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Chief Lemieux. Thanks for those questions, Councillor Platt. Councillor Burke.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor Thiessen. Just building on what Councillor Blackmore had mentioned, but also maybe tying into Councillor Palat's question, is there's also a cattle drive that goes through the city each year, and the city puts resources to that with traffic and other things. So wouldn't surprise me if there's some level of other commitment. No cattle drive this year? Oh,
There's a parade, yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I stand corrected.
See, Burke was getting itchy to turn his microphone on there, so. All right, well, I see no other members in the queue, so I guess I will turn it over to Councillor O'Connor to make the motion and do business.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thiessen. I'd like Council to direct administration to negotiate and enter into a sponsorship agreement with the Grande Prairie Stompede Association, GPSA, for the 2025 Grande Prairie Stompede, containing terms and conditions satisfactory to the city manager and city solicitor, and with the following specifications. 1, provide a cash sponsorship in the amount of $10,000 from Council's corporate sponsorship fund as a Thursday night family dance sponsor, and 2, provide gift-in-kind contributions valued at $15,000 in the form of services rendered by transportation, transit, and events and programming departments. Thank you.
Awesome. You even struck that nicely from what I have on mine. That's great. Any discussion or debate on Councillor O'Connor's motion, which is in order? Seeing none, I'll call to question. And that motion carries unanimously. Moving on to round 2 of our reports and sponsorship updates. I guess I'll turn the floor back over to you, Ms. Bilodeau.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thiessen. I'm here to recommend that Council directs administration to negotiate and enter into a sponsorship agreement with the Bear Creek Folk Music Festival Society, including a $50,000 cash contribution from Council's Corporate Sponsorship Fund. This recommendation aligns with Corporate Sponsorship Policy 129, which prioritizes long-standing, well-supported events that enhance community life and align with Council's strategic priorities. It represents the maximum sponsorship amount allowable under the policy in recognition of the festival's continued success and alignment with community priorities. Now in its 8th year, the Bear Creek Folk Festival is a signature cultural event in Grande Prairie that attracts local, regional, and international audiences while fostering cultural appreciation and economic activity. As mentioned earlier by the event organizer, in 2024, the festival drew attendees and volunteers from 188 cities worldwide, with more than 1/3 of ticket holders staying overnight, directly supporting local hotels, restaurants, and businesses. Should Council approve the sponsorship, administration will work with the organizers to determine appropriate recognition for the city, including marketing, on-site signage, and guest access, consistent with past years. Supporting this event furthers Council's strategic priorities, including quality of life, inclusive and caring community, and economic readiness, while strengthening civic pride and contributing to a more connected, vibrant community. And thank you. With that, I'm open to any questions you might have.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Bilodeau. I have at least one question in the queue for you, and that is Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Deputy Chair Thiessen. I'm just curious, in the report, it doesn't talk about gift in kind. Is there a separate, I know this is a sponsorship for just corporate, but are we still capturing the gift in kinds that we do for Bear Creek as well outside of this sponsorship somewhere? Or I thought in the previous reports we had kind of allocated some money that was gift in kinds for utilization of the Hill, RCMP, odds and ends like that, but maybe I was wrong on that. Just wondering if anybody has that info.
Yeah. I'll turn it over to Ms. Bieberdorf.
Thank you, Deputy Chair Thiessen. We do track the gift in kind separately. Typically, most of the expenses are related to parks staff and park staff doing things within that area before the festival, but in general, the festival takes care of most of the area by themselves.
Okay, would we have kind of a sense, do you know what approximate cost would be for parks? And do we allocate any funding that for GPPS or RCMP?
Thank you, through the chair. No, if they have to have policing for the event, they would be responsible for any of those costs because they have alcohol sales at the event. So, yeah. But I can, if I have the number really quick here, I'll pull it up for you.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Ms. Bieberdorf, for being on call, and thank you, Councillor Platt, for the question. Councillor Blackmore.
I'm ready to do business if you have no one else in the queue.
I do not have anyone else in the queue, so the floor is yours.
Okay. I move that we direct administration to negotiate and enter into a sponsorship agreement with the Bear Creek Music Folk Festival Society for the 2025 Bear Creek Folk Festival, containing terms and conditions satisfactory to the city manager and the city solicitor, with the following specification: that we provide a cash sponsorship in the amount of $50,000 to be funded from Council's Corporate Sponsorship Fund, noting that this is the maximum available in this fund.
Awesome. Thank you for that motion. It is in order. Councillor Blackmore, I'll look for discussion or debate. I have a couple in the queue. Councillor Bessie.
Great. Thank you, Chair Thiessen. Yeah, for me, I will be supporting this. I think this is the appropriate amount to provide today. And I don't think it would be appropriate for us to go over top the sponsorship amount. If we wanted to provide more, I think we should find a different source for that. And I'm not prepared to suggest that today. But also for me, this is the appropriate amount for today because, as we heard earlier, we're still waiting to hear answers on the power. And if we can provide electricity at a significant cost reduction for the organization, then great. This probably is the amount of sponsorship that I'm comfortable providing. If that report does come to council and it turns out that it won't be feasible to get power this year, or for some reason council doesn't support the cost of that time, then I definitely think we should be revisiting this and looking for additional opportunities to top up Bear Creek. I definitely would like to give them about the same amount of money that we've given in past years. But if there's a way to do that by providing power that will also benefit other groups, awesome. I'm all for that. but I also don't want to short them $30,000 if we can't provide that power. So for me, this is the appropriate thing today, but it's just the start of the conversation of at the council table of going into the summer and seeing what's appropriate.
Well, thank you for that, Councillor Presley. I really appreciate those comments. I think what I've heard from administration is that they want the same thing that you're requesting here. I guess before I turn it over to Councillor Berg, just a question for the CAO. Do you figure, like, for the second part of what is being suggested here and offered, that you'd require a motion, or this would just come straight back to council and you already know what's going forward here?
I don't require a motion. We're committed to coming back with an update once the RFP closes on timelines as well as costs for installation of electricity, as well as any other options as were described today. So this is a commitment. As soon as that closes, we'll come back to council.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that, Mr. Burke. Councillor Burke.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor Thiessen. Yeah, this is something I'll easily support, and I hope my colleagues, the numbers come in relatively affordable and that we can put something in long term. One of the things that I want to see us do over time is, rather than just simply giving out cash for rentals, that we actually do invest in infrastructure that makes this more affordable on an ongoing basis. And so as those costs rise, they're neutralized. And so this was year one and in the budget process of approving the electricity. So we'll see what happens for the next council, the next budget. But I really like the idea of lowering your costs annually, as opposed to just simply giving cash that goes to rentals or different things like that actually enhances the city and builds our own infrastructure for, again, events like this and others. So I'll support this motion.
Right. And I don't see anybody else online or in here to speak on this. I will throw in my own 2 cents, though. I, too, will support this motion. I think we heard crystal clear from the promoter that the cash would be really, really nice, but I also heard crystal clear from our administration and council that we don't want to bust a $30,000 hole into the festival's budget, and I think this is maybe the best way that we can go about it. A good compromise between both that doesn't go beyond our own policies and rules that we've set, and also ensures that the city will be nimble, which sometimes we're accused of not being, but I think we're pretty nimble when it comes down to it. Nimble in helping to address this. And seeing that, I have no fears of moving forward, so I'm going to move forward with the vote, and I'll call it to question. And that motion carries. Thank you very much, Ms. Bilodeau. Now, normally I would have let Councillor Blackmore close, but I didn't hear any dissension in the ranks, so I figured I'd just leave it at that. Awesome. All right, so moving on to committee business, which we actually have no committee business as we postponed committees due to a lack of business last week. That was going to hit it, but I'm sure we'll be back at the next council and committee meetings with a full slate. So that moves us into unfinished business, and that's item 10.1, the downtown BIA budget. And I'll look for, I guess, an introduction, probably from our Chief Waitway, and then I'll look for a motion. Chief Waitway.
My apologies.
No, you're busy. I saw.
Thank you.
It's just in regards to the downtown BIA budget.
Thank you. My apologies for that. Just every year the budget is brought forward to council. This is our business improvement area established by bylaw, and annually a levy is done on those businesses to support that initiative. So this is the budget being brought forward for approval.
Awesome. Thank you for introducing that, Ms. Waitway. And now, I have Councillor Palat in the queue.
Thanks again, Deputy Mayor Thiessen. I'm just curious, and I should know this, but I don't. I realize, so if I understand correctly, this is a flow-through money we collect from downtown businesses that comes back. We collect it, and they get it back to manage the association. Are almost all cities of our size, are they managed through a BIA, or is there any cities of our size that are more directly involved with managing the BIAs, or is this pretty much how most cities in Alberta, Western Canada would run their BIAs of a city of our size?
I think CAO Burke is going to take that one on.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Thiessen. Don't know the specific answer. That's something we could, if there was interest, come back with further information. The BIAs are established by the business community. There's a formal process outlined in legislation where it requires 25% of the business owners to support, which is the same to wrap up. So that is that they are generated from they're established at the will or the desire of the business community, and there are some rules around that.
Okay, and just if I can have one other one, thank you. I'm just also curious. I know we years and years ago we'd done an expansion on the downtown BIA area. Has that been looked at again, or is that kind of the area sort of the long-term picture of what the BIA would look like?
Chief Whiteway.
Admittedly, we haven't looked at it. It hasn't been brought forward from the BIA either as wanting to expand. So really nothing's triggered at this point.
Okay, no, that's great. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks for that, Councillor Platt. Councillor O'Toole.
Just wondering if we are done talking, I could do the business.
That depends. Councillor Berg, your neighbor beside you, is also in the queue. He might have been fighting over who's doing business, but he might also have a question.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor Thiessen. So one just quick question, Chief Whiteway, just to confirm, there is no increase from this past year, or actually I think the last 3 or 4 years, there's been no increase to this fee.
Chief Whiteway.
Thank you, through the chair. Correct. The budget did stay the same year over year. I do believe there has been some small increases in past years, but I would say in the range of just $1,000, $2,000 to slightly capture some increases. But you're correct. This year versus last year, no change.
Awesome. Thank you, Chief Whiteway. Thank you, Councillor Berg. Now I'll turn it over to Councillor O'Toole to do business.
I move the council approve the 2025 Business Improvement Area, the BIA budget.
Right, that motion is in order. Any discussion or debate on that? Seeing none, I'll call to question.
Pressy in favor.
Plot in favor.
And that motion carries 8-0. All right, which brings us to our council member roundtable. Never mind. That's why we have a city clerk sitting beside the mayor. We're going to move into delegation business. As you saw, we had 2 delegations here today, one from the Grande Prairie Stompede Association, one from the Bear Creek Folk Festival. I'll just look for a motion, as we've already done business on that, to receive our delegations' presentations for information. Councillor Platt. Oh, I had Councillor Bressy in there. Sorry, Councillor.
So moved.
All right. That was an easy one. I set it up for you.
Thanks.
All right. Discussion or debate as the queue clears? Seeing none, I call the question.
Bressy in favor.
Just waiting on Mayor Clayton. And that motion carries. And now we're on to council member roundtable. I was actually really excited about this because I figured since Mayor Clayton is on the road and we always save the best for last, we might as well make the best go first here this time round and see what Mayor Clayton has to say on her way home from Grande Prairie for what she's done over these past weeks. Mayor Clayton.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Thiessen. And I'll hold my time for our next meeting, as it would be better done in person. Thank you.
It's always better done in person. That's exactly what I expected you to say. So thank you very much for moving this meeting along quickly, Mayor Clayton. I wish I could offer the same to council, but I usually don't. All right, moving right along. I will, next member roundtable, I will ask Councillor Berg.
Well, that's the first time I've got to go first. Thank you, Chair. State of the City with Mayor Clayton and a number of community members was one of the highlights that we attended and got to get a yearly wrap up on what's been going on, but also what the future has as far as the city goes. As I'd already mentioned, I got to host the Special Olympic Ambassadors at my business. We discussed art, music, athletics, just a real highlight to my month, actually. Just loved having them in. And then also got to revisit them again at the 100 Days Out celebration for the Special Olympics. So we're just a hair over 3 months away from that wonderful event, as we also learned. Spirit Seekers event at NWP with Councillors O'Toole and Bressy. And then also got to see those guys bright and early at 7:55 in the morning at Bylaw Foods when they opened up. And again, it was wonderful. We walk in the door and we were greeted by none other than Doug Eady, and got our picture taken with Doug. It's a beautiful store. It's in the former IGA on the north end, and it's great to see continued investment in our city. And the Rising Above banquet, 792 guests, always an amazing event. They do such a great job in the community, but also hold a top-notch fundraiser. They raised $276,381.80. So congratulations to Rising Above. This will certainly help them with their construction project that they start this spring. And that's my report. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that, Councillor Berg. Moving right along, I'll turn it over to Councillor Blackmore.
Well, I'm going to talk about three things that I know probably no one else will, probably because two of them no one else was at. I did bring greetings on behalf of the mayor to the stick curling, Canadian National Stick Curling Championships that were held last weekend at the curling rink. We welcomed 67 teams to Grande Prairie from across Canada, from as far away as PEI to the west coast of Vancouver Island to the north coast of Inuvik. So truly coast to coast to coast. And there was also a contingent there who are wheelchair curlers who do take part in the stick curling National Stick Curling Championships, but they also next week or the week after have their own national event. It was absolutely amazing to see that top of the curling rink packed with people from every walk in Canada. Really appreciated the fact that they did such a great job hosting. They used all 8 sheets of ice, and people were fired up and ready. And I have to admit, I had to look up what stick curling is on YouTube before I went, because I really didn't have any idea. Although, as you can tell, judging by the color of my hair, I was asked by several local teams to think about stick curling next year. So you never know, I might be a champion in the future. I also attended the AGM for the South Peace Regional Archives. It was held on Saturday. They're in the process of rewriting their bylaws, and so there was a bunch of discussion about those changes to the bylaws, which will go to Corporate Registry of Alberta soon to be registered, and will change the language around their bylaws to make it easier to understand and more clear, as well as to change some of the requirements for who has to be at the table when and who gets to vote. Just to point out some of the things that the archives have been doing for the last year, because even though they moved from the museum to Centre 2000 at the beginning of the year, and then around Christmas they had to close because there was a water leak in the building that caused a flood in the archives. They still managed to do an incredible amount of work. They completed processing on 38 accessions, which we would probably think of as files, in 2024, which included more than 290 centimeters of textual records, 2,725 photographs, 332 slides, 62 negatives, and 334 postcards. In addition to that, they also worked on the K trolley fonds, also another word for file. And this collection was very extensive. consisted of 250 centimeters of textual records, 186 technical drawings, and more than 12,806 photographs. So they had a lot of material to work through. And so that's what they do at the archives, but who uses the archives? So over the past year, they've been accessed by many people, both in person and online. In 2024, their website was viewed just about 67,000 times, and that's from more than 11,000 individual users. And those are people who are asking for information about possibly their families or the development of Grande Prairie. And so they're looking for historical information. That also includes people from 127 separate countries who are making those requests. Their social media counts fell a little bit because they stopped posting as often due to the fact that they didn't have time. And they still managed to reach 37,000 people on Facebook and 1,200 people on Instagram. And if you want to know more about the archives, they do a quarterly publication, which is called Telling Our Stories. You can get that digitally, or you can have it mailed to you. And every year, every issue, they focus on a different different issue. So in March, for example, they talked about immigration. In June, they focused on romance. They looked at agriculture in September. And December, they focused primarily on food and recipes. And of course, every issue includes feature content on Indigenous relations and as well as contributions from guest contributors. So they produce 600 physical copies of those booklets, and then they have a number of digital subscribers. The third thing that I attended was a Chamber of Commerce roundtable, which was focusing on advocacy issues in the community. They had members there from industry, agriculture, healthcare, and of course municipal government. And as we're not surprised to learn, we all have very much overlapping advocacy areas, and the number one for everybody in the room was electricity. We also heard that a lot of the industry, such as Canfor and International Paper, a major advocacy item for them is rail, and they appreciate the fact that Grande Prairie Council has really gone to bat for them for rail advocacy. They have seen good success, but hope that we don't take our foot off the gas pedal there, because their concern is that if our attention is drawn into a different area, then rail will kick back and go back to their old less than stellar delivery. Education in particular, but a lot of the industries in the room also talked about staff retention and not being able to find enough staff. And certainly education people in the room talked about overcrowded schools and the fact that getting schools built takes time. They appreciate the funding from the provincial government, but no, it takes time. For example, Peace Wapiti has the schools, the only school they have now in Grande Prairie is the Peace Wapiti Academy. They are at 100% capacity at that building, which if you follow infrastructure rules, that means they're teaching kids in boot closets. They have actually moved some of their classes to, what's the name of the school? To Harry Balfour, to take that pressure off, but they will be building a new school in Whispering Ridge sometime in the next couple of years. I think that probably concludes everything that really came up at that meeting. There was some questioning from some people in the room about permitting processes, and I will have a conversation with the CAO about that offline. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you for your very informative update and for bringing the advocacy of our residents in the chamber and around that table to the city and to council here today. Appreciate that very much. Moving right along, Councillor Bressie, you're next in my line.
Great, thank you, Chair Thiessen. It was a busy couple weeks. I got some things that I won't talk about, but I'll just mention I went to was I got to attend a finance committee meeting with the commission, the Special Olympics 100 Days Out, a risk management committee meeting with Alberta municipalities. The two highlights, or I guess the three highlights of my last couple weeks, though, were number one with Councillor Thiessen. I got to do Center for Newcomers class with a whole bunch of kids who had only been in town for a couple months, and we got to do a mock council meeting and tell them about how local government works here in Canada, get to convince them to approve a pilot project of 100 pigeon houses, which I don't know why that was the idea that was brought forward by Councillor O'Connor, but I was happy to lead that charge for him. But it always is a privilege getting to teach these kids about how local democracy happens, and who knows, hopefully there is a future councillor in that room. Another highlight for me was Spirit Seekers, getting to attend opening ceremonies with Councillor Berg and Councillor O'Toole. Anytime you've got Bannock, I'm excited to be there. But it also was exciting to hear a kickoff of a weekend which really is helping kids get grounded in culture and leadership and just having a positive impact in their own lives and the lives of the community. I also attended a research ethics board meeting with NWP, which is just one of the volunteer things I do. But every time I go there, so that's a committee where any research that involves humans has to go through this vetting process to make sure it's ethical. And every time I go there, I'm just impressed by the quality of research that institution has. And I think a lot of people in our community aren't aware that NWP doesn't just teach, it also does research. And so it's been a privilege to get to know some of the research their research are doing. So that's always a highlight for me to attend. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councillor Bressie. Appreciate the updates there. And I know you threw out Councillor O'Connor's name with my name about pigeon houses. I figure I should hand it over to Councillor O'Connor to speak for himself over there.
Yeah, it was just an idea. I mean, come on. So, anyway, joined the State of the City address, and it was really great to see an update on oil and gas, on ag and forestry, and I really appreciated the speakers that were there. Went to the Invest GP mixer on forestry, ag, and energy. I went to the Rising Above Gala, where they raised $276,381, and went to In Motion Promotion and saw the largest drone that I have ever seen. This thing was fit in the back of a box of a pickup truck, and it was huge. Anyway, and then went to the Grande Prairie Stompede tarp auction, and they raised $844,000, which set a new record, and I was so impressed. One driver, his tarp, and he didn't know that he was going to get that much, was $55,000 for his tarp, and he hadn't run his wagons for 2 years. So he had a shocked look on his face, I'll tell you. Thank you. That's my report.
Well, thanks for that, Councillor O'Connor. You know, the end of any report that includes $800,000 of fundraising is always going to put a smile, I think, across council's faces. So thanks for your update and report. Councillor O'Toole, you're next.
All right, thank you very much. Some of this stuff has already been spoken about. Attended the State of the City address, and most of council, I think all of council was there. Invest Grande Prairie topics and speakers talked about forestry, ag, and energy. 2025 Special Olympics Grande Prairie Games meeting I attended. Opening of Buy and Low. Accessibility Advisory Committee meeting we held, and the Decoy Armory Rotary Air Show meeting we attended, and so it's officially start for next year. And 25th Annual Spirit Seekers Youth Conference, and Rising Above Banquet, which it said on the cards that I donated all the artwork and the ducks. It's not true. I brought them down to Rising Above on behalf of my sister-in-law. So I was getting all kinds of questions all night, but just letting you know that it wasn't me that donated them. I just brought them down. And you know what? They did really, really well. And so that's a good thing. The Special Olympics 100 Days Out was a great success. Grande Prairie Police Service, Finance Committee, I was in attendance with Councillor Bressy, and the Grande Prairie Stompede WCPA tarp auction, I felt was a good success as well. It was great to see our neighbors putting on a great event. So thank you very much. That's my report.
Thank you very much, Councillor O'Toole. You know, you can shoot guns and paint canvases too. You
want me to get a horse? Run that one past my wife.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
I got an iron horse. It goes rum rum.
That's got horsepower, that's for sure. We'll save it last, but certainly not least, Councillor Palat over here.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Thiessen. It was a day at the Montreal's Cultural Centre. It started off with the invitation to join the enterprise workforce. I appreciate the invite from our Grande Prairie Local Immigration Partnership. It was cut a little bit shorter than I wanted in that had some good roundtable discussions about some folks trying to get an idea and a sense of the labor market, and it's a challenging labor market that we do live in here. From there, we had our State of the City address, and then I really did appreciate the Invest GP mixer with forestry, ag, and energy, where it seemed like most of the conversations I got into were about tariffs, but that seems to be the conversation of choice lately in the world we live in. And I did have one meeting with Grande Prairie Regional Emergencies Board. Nothing super exciting happened in the meeting, although we introduced a new gentleman, Jamie Hannaford, as our new manager for GPREP in Grande Prairie. And that's my report.
Awesome. Thanks for that, Councillor Palat. Well, you guys are all in luck because normally I have lots to say, but I got very little to say today. But I do want to announce, I was at a couple of events and stuff over the last couple of weeks. One that I don't think any member of council was at, but it was sure a real treat for me to be able to fulfill my obligations to attend that, was the Miss Fuller Women Competition 2025 that happened here at the Pomeroy Hotel. The first ever of its kind. There's 5 participants that you know, braved the stage of the judgment of a beauty pageant and all the skills competitions that comes with that, including swimsuit competition. Now, normally I would be over the moon if we had like maybe double that, but you know, this first year event, and I have to compliment the organizers because not only did they put together a really classy, well-produced beauty pageant that was all about creating body positivity and good feels for people who, you know, sometimes we get shamed too much in society when we look at our bodies, but for braving to bear it on stage in front of about 150 people, super courageous. I'd like to shout out to the queen, the winner, Hannah Schultz, as a first ever Miss Fuller Woman. And first runner-up who will fulfill the duties if Hannah cannot going forward at any point would be Tyler Savard. And I think a lot of you know Tyler Savard. For me, this event was really a great opportunity for me to co-host an event with the lovely and very talented Erica Fisher, which in 11 years of her emceeing in Grande Prairie and about 20 years of me emceeing in Grande Prairie, we'd never done a show together ever. So it was a real treat to be able to play off Erica and even to surprise the crowd with my own version of a belly dance. So it's all about body positivity. Quit laughing, guys. For me, it was an honor to be there, and really, I think more events like this, because the ladies that stepped up, they really stepped into, I would say, their divine feminine, because they had great stories to tell. They were very charitable to the community otherwise in their regular everyday, and this was just something new and exciting for them. So I certainly hope for a continuation of this event and for more women to step forward and show us how great they truly are, regardless of the body stereotypes that society may carry with it. Besides that, I actually had to clear all my schedule because on March 26th at 6:48 a.m., Christopher Donald Thiessen became a daddy for the second time, welcoming into the world on his living room floor with the assistance of a beautiful partner and a wonderfully helpful midwife, little Christopher Riel Thiessen, who was born into this world at 8 pounds exactly. And I got to tell you, being a dad, coming into this at 46 years old, you know, some of the thoughts is, wow, I'm going to be collecting my old age pension when he's graduating high school almost. But the reality is just holding that little gaffer makes me feel young again, makes me feel like I was 27 when my first son was born. So for me, this is another opportunity not only to, I guess, improve upon my parenting from the first time, because I think we're really critical about ourselves. But yeah, to learn the lessons from the past, apply that to the future, the new Christopher, and a little more oomph to build the best community of all here with all you folks and the great administration that we have. So thanks everybody for stepping in where you needed to. I know I had to clear about 14 things out of my schedule that other people had to step into. So I really appreciate you all for the teamwork, and thanks everyone from the community for all the great well wishes. I think we're truly blessed, and I think with that, we'll take a pause and we'll come back here at 6 o'clock. Thanks, everyone. blast off. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to our council meeting today. It is April the 7th of 2025. We'll jump right into our reports as we have no notices of delegation or other business at the moment. So I guess we'll start with our first public hearing. Planning amendments for a recreational facility site in Trader Ridge. And with that, I will look to Chief Glavin to introduce us.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Thiessen. Tonight we have a number of amendments that will support the construction of the recreational facility in Trader Ridge and will align our planning documents with the necessary changes. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Downing.
Ms. Downing.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thiessen. The proposed site is in the northwest corner of the Trader Ridge neighborhood on the northern edge of the city, adjacent to the County of Grande Prairie. The site is 3.21 hectares, identified and approved by Council in February 2025 for the future recreation facility. It will include a 28-meter-high air-supported dome with a FIFA regulation-sized soccer field and flexibility for other turf sports. The surrounding area includes future residential to the west, commercial to the south and east, and industrial to the north. The Arbor Hills Area Structure Plan currently identifies the area as commercial, and as you can see on the slide, the trail connectivity has been reviewed for this new soccer facility to ensure that the walking connectivity is improved for the area. And there are changes to the road network as well to prevent shortcutting through the residential area while maintaining connectivity. So the Trader Ridge Outline Plan guides the road layout, open space, and zoning. And the proposed amendments redesignate the site from general commercial to a recreation site, remove the collector road extending west into Arbor Hills neighborhood, adds a new collector road by extending 103rd Street north, formalizing an existing access route, and removing a collector road extending north from 101st Street. The existing outline plan states that there will be one connection between 139th and 140th, and this solidifies that location where the existing road exists. The site is currently zoned urban reserve, and the amendment will rezone it to a site-specific direct control district to accommodate the height of the dome structure. The development standards, such as parking, landscaping, and site requirements, are the same as those in the public service district, and the buffering and shadowing impacts will be addressed at the development permit stage. Advertising requirements under the MGA and land use bylaw were met. There were 2 signs posted on the site and a notice on the public hearings website. The county did raise initial concerns about road connectivity, but they were resolved with a commitment from the city to support a future connection at 104th Avenue between the 2 quarter sections. Administration recommends council give 3 readings to the 4 proposed bylaws that need to be amended for this recreation site. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Ms. Downing. Now I'll turn it over to council for any questions that may have arisen from the presentation. Oh, I have Councillor Berg in the queue.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Thiessen. Ms. Downing, I love the paved, I'm assuming it's a paved pathway that goes through the park. Just knowing human nature, there's those 2 public utility lots in the upper right, and I'm referring to the 3rd slide, or the 3rd attachment. So it's the one with the individual lot layout. But in the upper right corner, there's 2 utility lots. I just knowing human nature, I suspect that those will get a lot of traffic. Are we doing anything to accommodate that, or are we just going to let it slide?
Ms. Downing?
Again, there's a slide with individual lots.
Thank you, through the Deputy Chair. I'm going to ask for some help from Ashley here.
All right, Ms. Coulter.
Slide. It must be.
Councillor Berg, do you see the slide?
I haven't yet, no.
That one there?
No. Yes, the one that Chief Glavin has.
All right, right, we'll just wait to get this up on screen for general public to see what Councillor Berg is referring to here.
Oh, there you go. I just scrolled down a bit, or up. No, go the other way, sorry. Well, I guess that shows it.
Yeah.
Oh, is it that your screen, Brian? Go to the colored one up top.
Yeah.
Yeah, right there. Up in the upper right corner, there's those two blue strips. I'm sure that they're adjacent.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Thiessen. If you see here, they're currently designated as Storm Pond and Public Utility Lot. I'm not sure if Ms. Coulter has any additional information on the ultimate use.
Through the chair, the one in the very northeast corner that's kind of running on the angle, that is a public utility lot that will serve for drainage in the water main.
Yep.
At this time, there's no intention to put a pathway in. I don't believe it'll be wide enough for that pathway.
Okay, yeah, I could just see those getting used quite a bit from people that live in that north part of the subdivision rather than going south and then back north.
Potentially, there will be a drainage ditch along there that they would have to cross. So it will be much more comfortable for residents to just take the sidewalk down to the pathway provided, opposed to having to traipse through the ditch.
You have kids? Sorry. Okay, yeah. It was a question. I see it, but I still see kids wanting to jump that or go through there. But that was just my question.
I guess just to follow up on that, now I see it all over the community whenever we have wider, public utility lots or alleyways. Sometimes we cordon them off with like wood posts and like a cord, like a chain that goes across, or even bullards. That might satisfy your concerns there, Councillor Berg?
Well, kids will jump over it or walk around it. I'm just saying, like, to me, it's just obvious that kids are going to go through there. So to me, as part of planning, we should actually plan for it rather than have to do something after the fact. That's just my thoughts. I could be wrong.
Good thoughts, Councillor Berg. Thanks for that. I'll look for any other questions or comments from council. Seeing none, I'd like to thank administration for the presentation of this report, a team effort that everyone is here together. That's what we do here at the city. And now we'll open it up for presentation and submissions portions of this public hearing. And in saying that, I would look for anybody wishing to speak in favor of these amendments. Looking again, asking again, a second time. Anybody here to speak in favor? Oh, there are people in our gallery for those watching at home, so maybe they're here in opposition. I'm not sure. But I'll ask one more time. Is there anybody who'd wish to speak on behalf of these amendments? Seeing none, I will now close that portion and ask if there's anybody to speak in opposition to this. And now is that chance for those people in the gallery. No? All right. Asking a second time. Is there anyone here to speak in opposition online or in the chamber? Seeing none, a third time I will ask, and this is your final chance to step forward if you want to be on camera. Anyone to speak in opposition to the amendments to this structure plan? Seeing none, I will close that portion of the public hearing, and I will move to business arising. And looks like we have Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thiessen. Thank you. I'd like to move that Council give first reading of Bylaw C-1212J, being an amendment of the Arbor Hills Area Structure Plan.
That motion is in order. I'll look to Council for any discussion or debate. Oh, wait, no discussion or debate on first reading. Remember, I'm still a rookie here. Call the question. And that motion carries. Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to move Council give second reading to Bylaw C-1212J.
That motion is in order, and now is that opportunity for discussion or debate amongst Council. Seeing nobody jumping in, I will call it to question. That motion carries. Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, I'd like to move council have third reading of Bylaw C-1212J at this meeting.
All right, that is a motion to have third reading, which means that in order to pass tonight, it must pass unanimously by all members of council. Any discussion or debate as to why we shouldn't have third reading tonight? Seeing none, I'll call the question. And that motion carries unanimously. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you. I'd like to move council give third reading to Bylaw C-1212J being an amendment to the Arbor Hills Area Structure Plan.
All right, that motion is in order. I have Councillor Blackmore in the queue. Okay, well, she's just waiting to do the next round of motions, so seeing no other people in for discussion or debate, I'll call the question. That motion carries. I'll turn it over to Councillor Blackmore.
I would move first reading of Bylaw C-1281-6 being an amendment to the Arbor Hills 2 outline plan.
That motion is in order. No discussion or debate on first reading. I'll call the question.
Councillor Berg in favor.
That motion carries. I'll turn it back to Councillor Blackmore.
I move second reading of Bylaw C-1281-6.
That motion is in order. Any discussion or debate on second reading for this? Seeing none, I'll call the question. And that motion carries, and I'll hand it back to Councillor Blackmore.
And I move that council have third reading of Bylaw C-12816 being an amendment to the Arbor Hills 2 outline plan at this meeting.
Thank you for that motion, Councillor Blackmore. As you know, third reading, in order to have it today, we have to vote unanimously in favor of this, or not. Any reason why council should decide that we shouldn't have third reading? Seeing none, I'll call the question. And that motion carries. Back to Councillor Blackmore.
I move third reading of this bylaw.
That motion is in order. Any discussion or debate on third reading? Seeing none, I'll call the question. And that motion carries. Moving right along, I will recognize Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much. I move the council give first reading to Bylaw C-1307B being an amendment to the Trader Ridge Outline Plan.
All right, that motion is in order. Of course, no discussion or debate. Call the question. That motion carries. Send it back to Councillor O'Toole.
I move the council give second reading to Bylaw C-1307B.
And that motion is in order. Any discussion or debate on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. So far, so good. All in favor? Councillor O'Toole.
I move the council have third reading of Bylaw C-1307B at this meeting.
Thank you very much for that motion, Councillor O'Toole. And no, this isn't a record skipping on the record player. If this is to pass, all members must unanimously pass it on to have third reading at this meeting tonight. And seeing there's nobody in the queue to discuss or debate, I'll call the question. And that motion carries. And back to Councillor O'Toole.
I move that council give third reading to Bylaw C-1307B being an amendment to the Trader Ridge Outline Plan.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor O'Toole. That motion is in order. Seeing no one to discuss or debate, I'll call the question. And that motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much for that, Councillor O'Toole. Moving on to Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thiessen. I would like to move council give first reading to bylaw C-1260-197, being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
That motion is in order, and as is the case with all other motions, no discussion or debate on this. Call to question. That motion carries. Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move council give second reading to bylaw C-1260-197.
The motion is in order. Any discussion or debate on this motion as it stands? Seeing none, we'll call to question. That motion carries. Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move council have third reading of bylaw C-1260-197 at this meeting.
All right, thank you for that. And yes, here's the broken record again. All members of council must vote in favor of this in order to have third reading tonight. So I see no discussion or debate on my queue, so I'll call to question. And that motion carries. And I'll turn it back to Councillor Berg to finish this off.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thiessen. I would like to move council give third reading to bylaw C-1260-197, being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
That motion is in order. Any final moments of discussion, debates, or commentary on this? Seeing none, and a good smile from Councillor Blackmore, call to question. And that motion carries. Thank you very much, Council and Administration, and for everyone here to be here for this. We have no delegation business tonight, and we moved our council member reports up. So all I have left to say is go Storm go. We know we're going up 3-0 here tonight. There'll be many members of council there to cheer you on, not just tonight, but all the way to the final, where you will become the 25 champions of the AJHL. Thank you very much, everyone. This meeting is adjourned.